Bro is now lit. Streaming hard. Let's sculpt. Templar number 14.
pieces of your sundress and your prettier shine through the darkness. How are you? Just take my hand. May I have this testimony? Just take a chance before we run out of time. This one moment, it only comes once in your life. Let's fall in love before we run out of time. Run out of time. Run out of Let's fall in love before we run out of time. Run out of time. Run out of time. Far away from my mistakes. Can you take this pain away? It's not easy to let go of your love, somebody else. Have you loved somebody else? It's hard to breathe through our space, but I'll be waiting for you. There isn't sound through our space, but I'll be here to listen to you. It's getting late, I'll get away, fade away, run away from here. I don't mind to talk you down, to stay away from the clouds. It's hard to breathe through our space, but I'll be waiting for you. There isn't sound through our space, but I'll be here to listen to you. So here we are back to the place race against the time. Don't walk away from me. we can hear the ocean cry. It's screaming through the I can feel it burning through the summer night.
Welcome to Beyond Synth. Please note, Beyond Synth is an explicit program and may contain inappropriate language. Listener discretion is strongly advised.
Hey there, welcome to the show. This is Beyond Synth. I am your host, Andy Last. Today is episode number 120 something. Is it 28? 128. Should we have like a 130 anniversary special for some reason? We might as well. That sounds like fun. We'll listen to a track. I'm just trying to think what we gotta do today. Today's gonna be a normal length show. I've got Calix on the program, and we'll be chatting with him later on in the show. He makes cool music. And before that, we will keep it 80s with Marco Merrick. And that should be fun too. And I'm going to take a little sip of tea here. That shall give me the energy I need. So how about this? Let's listen to a track and then we will do some business. So here is Gregorio Franco from the album Apocalypse Prime, and this track is called Sacramento. And that was Sacramento by Gregorio Franco. Go check out his music because it's good. And that's from the album Apocalypse Prime. He just sent it over to me, so I'm not even sure if it's out. Is it out? I hope I was allowed to play that. Oh yeah, so we're doing a little giveaway. It is with Playmaker Media. So Playmaker Media, they have a label there with some cool music and a bunch of other stuff. And they're saying they want to give away 4 download codes and 1 cassette of the new release on Playmaker by Dav Dralian. Dav Dralian. So I'm going to play you a track from that album. And it's cool. It's some dark stuff. So the deal is you have to subscribe to the Facebook page, to the Playmaker Media Facebook page, and then message the inbox to get a download code. And they will also give away 1 cassette to one of the first 5 people that subscribe. And that is facebook.com/playmakersplayground. So what I'm going to do is I'll play a song from the album. This is by Dav Dralian. And then you can win a copy and get a cassette. And if you want to know about this character, the new album is called Depths. And they say, Dav Dralian is taking cyberpunk to the depths of existence. His haunting neo-machinery is set to overcome anything in the field of destruction, anarchy, and chaos. Channeling his power from deeply within, this stellar debut album by this upcoming Dark Lord of Synthwave is a mysterious tale of phantom fantasy. As the blood moon is hovering over the industrial complex, Dav Dralian is summoning the enigmatic Vulcan Witch to unveil 6 tracks of crawling, lowering dark synth guided by low-pitch arpeggios that drag you deep below zero. It's fun to read things like that in that voice. So let's listen to this track. Why not? So here is a track by Dav Dralian off the new album Depths. 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 Depths is a funny word to say. Depths. And this is Cult of Night. was Cult of Night by Dav Dralian. Kultovnight. All the song titles on this album are like capital letters with spaces in between each one. So sometimes when I'm looking at them, I'm like, what the hell is this called? Cult of Night. Anyways, that's a cool track. So you can get a copy of that. And all you got to do is subscribe to Playmaker Media's Facebook page. That's facebook.com/PlaymakersPlayground. PlayMakers. PlayGround. Playmakers Playground. Subscribe. Message the inbox once you've subscribed. And just say, Andy sent me here. And I want that album. You can say whatever you want. He really just wants people to subscribe to the page. So do that and get a copy of Dav Dralian. All right. Let's keep it 80s. Yeah, let's go keep it 80s with Marco.
Marco, keeping it 80s. Oh my God. For you and for me, not doing 70s. No, Marco, keeping it 80s. Keeping it 80s. Marco married. Only 80s, okay, babies on 90s. Wow. Yeah.
Here we go. Oh, hold on. Yeah, okay, it's going. All right. And we are keeping it 80s with Marco Merrick for another week. Hello, Marco.
Hello, Andy, and hello, everyone. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing all right, mate. You're in Australia, so what happened last week when Jake was in studio? We talked about, I think Phaserland was coming down to Australia and spent some time with you, so has that already happened?
He just left.
He just left.
Yeah, it was really awesome. He had an awesome live performance here. We got really drunk, and we did a lot of shit, a lot of Australian stuff, you know, like I took him to see the kangaroos and the koalas. I posted a lot of photos, and we just had a really good time, a really, really good time. So I was kind of sad to see him go. Yeah.
Well, that's good. When I had Jake up here to film some Beyond Synth stuff, and we did nothing. Like, we didn't do any Toronto stuff. It was all Beyond Synth business. And he was here for like 3 days, and so we were just recording things and filming stuff. And
Didn't even show him around or anything.
no, I took him to one venue, and we went out to breakfast near my house, and like it was a business trip.
Because I knew he was only going to be here for like 3 nights, 4 days, and I don't know. I guess I don't. Who knows if he'll ever be back again? I probably won't be here if he is too. So I kind of probably went a bit overboard and like just had a really tough schedule of like a lot of shit to do. So we did a lot in 4 days. So I'm sorry, Ross, if you're listening. I know you flew to Sydney after Perth, and I bet he arrived really exhausted. So I'm sorry to Jordan F. and Vast Hill because they're looking after him there. If he didn't turn up in one piece.
Did you plan an itinerary?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah. Every day we did a lot of stuff. I took him to the beaches. I took him walking a lot through some areas, you know, like Fremantle, which is a nice older commercial sort of area, I guess, and it's got a lot of culture and stuff there and heritage. So we went walking there, but it's been really hot too. We had a heat wave, and then I took him to the beach, went for a swim, and then I took him to Rottnest Island. And we hired some bikes, and we only rode about 20 kilometres or so, maybe a little bit less, but a bit extreme, I guess. But I hope Ross's legs aren't too sore.
Well, that sounds like fun, man.
It was. It's beautiful scenery, and it was actually nice weather too. So yeah, it was great. I stayed with the Ross, aka Phaserland, in Detroit, so it was nice to return the favour and show him around and stuff. So,
but with this crazy itinerary and you guys going to all these different places. When did you find time to fuck?
To fuck? I don't kiss and tell, man.
I didn't ask if you kissed them.
Well, there was some kissing going on. I can't tell you where. No, there was no monkey business. All right, no. It's just a purely friend-based relationship.
Yeah, no, I understand.
Stage, okay.
Well, you know, it's a brave new world, all right? And, relationships are being redefined all the time. And, if people want to go down to Australia and sort of change their lifestyles for like 4 days and go on a few bike trips and have sex with Marco, come back to the United States and return things to normal. I mean, I can see that as, I'll talk to Ross about it.
I swear, Jazzy, there's nothing to worry about. He's just trying to egg me on here. Don't buy into his crap, okay?
I would love it if she did. Like, if Jazzy hears that and goes like, what the hell?
Oh, she's used to the gay jokes. Don't you worry.
Jokes. Anyways, what what else has been going on, man? You having fun? So I guess this has all been pretty much just Phaserland centric since I last spoke to you. So
It has. Yeah, well, just a lot of fun. It's been very hot. I've been watching. Have you watched the rest of Stranger Things yet?
no, I have not
Come
had
on,
time.
Can we talk
man.
about it yet or not?
I can't.
Jesus
Sorry.
Christ.
I am so.
All right, well, we can't talk about that then.
Look, so I've started reviewing the footage of the stuff I filmed with Jake,
Uh-huh.
and then I've decided, like a fucking idiot, that I'm going to redesign the Beyond Synth set again. So people won't see the new set, but I'm happy. I'm proud. Like it's gonna be cool, but it's like.
What's wrong with the old set?
Well, the thing was, okay, just so people know, like, I filmed the set for Beyond Synth essentially is not up all the time. Like, so I kept on rebuilding it to make it so I could sort of fold it away. It sounds weird because it's a whole room. Like, it becomes a whole room, right? There's like a nighttime sky and, like polygon mountains and the sun and stuff. And so I was trying to build it in a way that it could be folded up and put away. And what happened was, it just hasn't worked to my satisfaction. So I filmed with Jake. So in the episode 2 of Real Beyond Synth, you'll see like version 2 of the set that has a few more elements and stuff like that. But ultimately, it's not working the way that I want it to work. The only way for me to do it perfectly would be to have a permanent set, like an actual like design and built with carpenters and stuff and come in and like, but I cannot do that. I don't have the space or the budget to do that.
Can't have a permanent room for it, obviously.
Yeah, but I am doing something like that now where I was like, well, how can I, incorporate the room as it is now and make a set that's kind of semi-permanent. And so what I'm doing is I'm keeping some of the motifs the same. There's still going to be like a nighttime sky with a synthwave sun, but I also have bricks. Like the room that I record in, like the main room, it's got brick walls. So whenever people see the brick walls when I'm like shining my lights on it, people are always like, oh, like your walls look so cool because it's real brick.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing is I'm actually building a semi-permanent set that incorporates the brick walls as part of the set, and I'm going to keep it up all the time.
Cool.
So like the synthwave sun, the nighttime sky, and it's going to hopefully, I mean, it might still have to go through some tweaks like as I do the show, but right now it's like it looks sort of like the wall, like there's a hole in the wall, and so I've done the synth like so the stars and the sun and the mountain is still going to be visible, but it's going to be surrounded by bricks as if like a wrecking ball came in and sort of smashed out a hole. So I've just been painting, putting up this black and painting the whole set and putting my stars on and stuff like this. And so hopefully it'll look cool and it'll be bigger as well. Because when I had the fold out set, it meant I couldn't use the whole room. So I basically, the set will be like the whole room now. So it's going to be larger and I'm going to have some cool things made. And it's going to look cool. There's going to be more going on in the new set. There's going to be a lot more sort of elements in the background and things to play with and stuff. So it should be cool. I think.
Seeing it then.
Yeah, I think it'll be cool. I mean, like, it's gonna still take like 2 months to edit the episode with Jake, and so like no one's gonna see this for like a year. But like, it'll make it easier for me so that I can film quicker.
I want to see Jake.
Yeah, well, we had a fun time. It was good. Hey, let's start listening to some fucking Marco's picks.
All right. Well, I'm going to be playing some ladies of synth this week. There is some great releases from a couple of ladies in the scene. I think first up, we will play a track from Night Vision, and this is her new track called Never Enough.
Never Enough. All right, well, this is Night Vision with Never Enough. And that was Never Enough by Night Vision, Marco's first pick of the week. That's Tally? Is that her name?
That's correct. That's the one.
Yeah, I've seen her promoting her stuff lately, yeah, so it's a good track.
Yeah, sure is. I really liked their first one as well, so I think she's got an EP coming out soon. I thought it'd already be out, but I guess it's going to be soon.
Yeah.
So, looking forward to that one.
Yeah, man. So, when did you finish watching Stranger Things? I mean, did you just do it all before?
No, I watched it in chunks kind of thing. I think I watched the first 2 or 3 episodes in a row, then I watched like 5 in a row, and then I left the last 2 for like 5 or 6 days because I didn't want to finish it, which is what usually happens in a series. I hate watching it all in one day. I can't. Even though I want to, I can't do that.
So, like last time we talked, you hadn't finished watching Stranger Things, so no spoilers, but were people right about that episode?
I think so. I think it still worked. It was out there. It was really not really necessary at all. It was very different to the other episodes. It really stood out. It was still good. I still enjoyed it, but yeah, it definitely stood out.
Right. So without having seen it yet, and I'll try and get fucking caught up so we can have a conversation about it.
Yep.
But my understanding was of the it's 8 or 10 episodes a season.
There's 9. I think the first season was 8, but this one's 9.
Okay, so basically, of the 9 episodes, one episode is, my understanding, focuses on a different group of people. Like, they've just introduced new people, and is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Does it look like it's part of, like, some weird plan to, like, show this weird non sequitur of this other group, and then maybe in, like, later seasons, these stories will merge?
That actually could be true. I'm not usually good at reading stuff like that, like, in long-term stuff. So that actually, I think that could be, and it kind of might have. No, actually, I shouldn't say too much.
Okay, that's fine.
They kind of might have set it up for a third one, possibly. So
yeah, because I mean, they are doing more seasons of the show, so they could be doing that thing where it's just like, here's some side characters, and like, how do they connect?
Yeah.
And then like, in season 3, like they'll come driving into town, and like, you will have met them the previous season or whatever.
But it's it was actually a good season. I was very skeptical going into it. I thought, oh, here we go. They're going to write off success of the first season. What's the script going to be like? But it was surprisingly very good. I mean, there was a little bit of cliche stuff in there, and I did feel like it was a little bit rushed. Like they probably could have. There was a lot they covered. The first season was a little bit drawn out and a little bit slow, and the second season felt a little bit rushed. If that makes any sense, because they tried to squeeze in a lot of stuff, and I feel like they should have spread it out over like 15 episodes. But it was still really good. It was very entertaining.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch it. Like as I say, I haven't had a lot of free time, and with the little free time I've had, I've just been playing Mario. So like that's just what I've been doing.
Is it good though?
No, it's good. Stupid articles aside, because I found my new favorite video game website that's like fucking New Age Gaming or whatever the fuck it's called.
You should keep that bookmarked. It looks like there's some really promising stuff coming up.
I'm going to, like, after reading the stupid article about fucking Mario and toxic masculinity, but the game's good. Like, it makes me happy. It sort of harkens back to the days of Mario 64, so it's nice, big levels, lots of stuff to do. The way he moves is nice and smooth, and there's lots of stuff to collect. And I love platforming games, and so I like going back and playing games where there's lots of stuff to collect and lots of stars to find and things like that. And the cool thing is, this might be like the first Mario game where there's like a use for the coins. So it makes collecting coins like you want to, because it's there's things to buy and you unlock outfits, and because it's different than previous Mario games. Like you don't get like fire power or fucking raccoon suit or anything like that, but you throw your hat and you possess characters in the game, and they all have individual abilities.
Cool.
So you'll walk up to like a Goomba with wings, and then you'll throw your hat on it and you become the Goomba, so then you can fly, and like that's how you solve some of the puzzles. And there's different creatures and things that you can possess that give you different powers, and so it just makes the game really fun. Like it's a lot of fun, and the physics and the way that the different characters control and what their abilities are, and there's so many. I think there's like something like 800 or 900 stars in the game to collect. So it's not quite the same as Mario 64. There was like 6 stars in each level, but you had to do a lot of stuff to get them. So like some of the stars in the new Mario game, they're very easy to get. There's just a ton of them. So some of them are tricky and some of them are easy.
So you finished the game?
I mean, I beat Bowser. Yeah, and then that basically unlocks some stuff, and then there's way more to do. So there's still more worlds to unlock. Like once Bowser's defeated, like
cool.
I mean, there's 900 stars or something like that. It's like 800 or 900. It's a lot. So the game's huge, like just in terms of like the stuff you got to collect, and yeah, it's a lot of fun. So it gets my vote, even though like every game magazine gave it like a 10 out of 10. So I don't think they need my help. But I mean, it was a good game. So I've ordered a thing off Amazon. I was going to buy a new computer, and that fell through. So I'm going to do, in lieu of buying a new computer, because they're so expensive, I'm going to buy a $20 toy for my computer because I have like a GameCube emulator and Wii games as well. It's called the Dolphin. It's actually really fucking good. It works really well.
Sweet.
Some of the emulations are flawless. Like, you know, we've talked about this before with N64 emulation. Like, they don't...
Yeah, there's a lot of bad ones.
Yeah, like they just...
Yeah.
N64 is a weird system to emulate, and it's never perfect, and sometimes you got to use different emulators for different games, and so on and so forth. But this emulator called Dolphin that does GameCube and Wii games, like, it's pretty fucking perfect. Like, it's the emulations are perfect, and apparently you can connect real Wii remotes to the computer. Like, you can use Bluetooth and actually connect the actual remotes.
So you can actually use the real remotes.
Yeah. And so I still have a bunch, like, in a basket somewhere. And so I thought it would be fun maybe to... So I bought this thing off Amazon, which I think is coming today. It's like a sensor bar for your computer that plugs in USB, but then it gives the Bluetooth connection so you can connect your controllers. And I'm going to test it out with some, like the light gun games, because those are the ones that you can't emulate from arcade, right? I mean, like arcade light gun games and, you know, Duck Hunt and shit like that operated... Mm-hmm. Purely because of the old CRT televisions. Like, that's how they worked. And it had to do with, like, the flickering signal or some shit. It's hard to... I still haven't really wrapped my head around it. But when you use an LCD monitor, you can't play Duck Hunt. It won't work. Like, none of those games will. But the ones on the Wii will, because essentially with Wii games, you were just moving a pointer around the screen, right? Kind of like, you know, with VR and stuff, you know, where it's just tracking where the center of your controller is and stuff like that. So... I'm gonna do a little experiment and play like a bunch of old gun games that I never played, because you know you can buy like a little $20 peripheral for your Wii that puts it in a little handgun, and because I can't afford VR right now, and I think it'd be fun just to play some old those shooting games, and some of them were definitely not worth paying money for. Like back in the day on the Wii, like there was a lot of garbage put on that system, a lot of. I think that's where the term shovelware came from. There's just companies just fucking shoveling their shit onto that system, and like, you know, expecting you to pay money for games that were flash games on computer, you know, like some like flash pointer game, and then they would like release it on the Wii as like a full game, and like it's still the same garbage. And anyway, so that's gonna be my fun experiment for the weekend. Is seeing if it actually works with some old Wii controllers.
I wish I was there to experiment with you, mate. That sounds great.
Yeah, so I think it'll be fun. If it doesn't work, it's like not a big loss. Like it's more just for fun, like just to see if it actually does. I think my son might have fun with some of those games, just like the target practice ones, in lieu of paying $600 for some PlayStation VR or whatever. Although, you know, it would be kind of fun. Hey, do you want to play me another song?
All right. Well, Roxy Drive did bring out an awesome new EP/album. I'm not really sure what you class it as. Unfortunately, it's not available on Bandcamp at the moment. Well, 6 tracks. What is that, Andy? Is that an EP? This always confuses me when it's around the 6-track mark.
I call everything an EP. What do you mean it's not on Bandcamp?
It's on every other format, but not Bandcamp. You know, I like to buy my shit on Bandcamp. It's also,
oh,
so it's
gotcha.
on like basically it's on iTunes. I think it's on Beatport. There's Google Play. Was it Google Music? Sorry. No, it's Google Play. And it's available on Spotify as well. But anyway, it's a great EP called Girl on the TV, her debut. And I think we already played a track from it the other week. The one that she produced was LA Dreams. But this time we're going to play Run All Night.
All right. So this is Run All Night by Roxy Drive.
taste the nighttime air. Reaching out to touch your skin, till you feel me shaking, I can't breathe. Waiting in the dark for you, waiting just to taste the nighttime air. Reaching out to touch your skin, till you feel me shaking, I can't breathe. Waiting in the dark, waiting in the dark. Waiting in the dark, waiting in the dark. Waiting in the dark for you, waiting just to taste the nighttime, taste the nighttime. Fighting for a chance to chase these dreams. Waiting in the dark for you, waiting just to taste the nighttime air. Reaching out to touch your skin, till you feel me shaking, I can't breathe. Fighting for a chance to chase these dreams. Waiting in the dark for you, waiting just to taste the nighttime air. Reaching out to touch your skin, till you feel me shaking, I can't breathe. Fighting for a chance to chase these dreams. Waiting in the dark, waiting in the dark. Waiting in the dark, waiting in the dark. Nothing can stop us now. Oh, baby, we can win this fight. Fighting for a chance to chase these dreams within our soul. Waiting in the dark for you, losing all trace of who I am, the self-control. Waiting in the dark, and I need you. Fighting for a chance to chase this dream within our soul. Waiting in the dark for you, losing all trace of who I am, the self-control. Waiting in the dark, and I need you to see. Fighting for a chance, fighting for a chance. Fighting for a chance to chase these dreams. Fighting for a chance, fighting for a chance.
And that was Roxy Drive with the track Run All Night. And that was Marco's second pick of the week. Yeah, man. So what's on tap for this week, dude?
I don't know, just trying to get back into this, I don't know, my regular schedule of not drinking and hitting the gym and doing my workouts and stuff. I don't know, just getting back into the swing of things, yeah, I guess.
Yeah, good. Getting nice and fit. Is that the idea? You gonna be all fucking jacked by the time you...
By the time Jazzy sees me again, I know. You can't let her see me like this, so...
Yeah.
Well, every time she sees me, I'm in reasonably in shape, so I can't just rock up and I'm like, all, you know, it would, I don't know.
Yeah.
It'd be disappointing for her, I'm sure. You know how it is.
Yeah, no, I understand. But, you know, when people love each other, man, you know, they'll...
Mm-hmm. You've been watching too many romantic movies, Andy.
I haven't been watching anything. I wish I.
You've been playing too much Mario. It's that toxic masculinity,
I
mate.
know. Just that competition for the girl, man. What awful. Well, look, we've had a lot of fun here today. We're gonna do a little short one. I gotta edit today's. But I'm excited. There's lots of cool things happening with the show, so I'm happy for that, and I'm happy that you had fun with Phaserland. That's cool. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I wish you were here for it, mate. But we'll be doing our own thing soon. And when I do turn up to see you, Andy, you better not be like 3 days in the studio, fucking working. We're going to be out having some fun. You got to show me around, for Christ's sakes.
Well, see, because I tried to maximize people's time, right? So when Jake was here, I was like, okay, well, he's here for 3 days, so I wanted to make sure we did all of these Beyond Synth related stuff, and we got to most of it, but it was a lot of stuff. So it was, like that's just the nature of things, because we had to sit down and play some games, and we did a bunch of stuff like segments for the show, which hopefully are fun for people. Like we had a slumber party and some other stuff. Like it was a fucking ridiculous stuff we did. But so there's going to be a segment of that episode where you get to see us in our PJs.
I've always hated pajamas. I don't know what it is. Like if I'm really cold at night, I'll sleep in a t-shirt and my underwear or something. If I'm really cold, and like normally I wouldn't even sleep. I don't know. I've never liked pajamas. I don't know what it is. I'm just not a pajama person.
I wear.
Are you a pajama person? You put on pajamas every night when you go to bed.
I have been wearing pajamas, pajama bottoms, like some fleece things or whatever, and
right.
I don't know. I don't know how. Well, the top will just be a fucking t-shirt or something, like
just a t-shirt. What are you wearing or whatever? Yeah, okay.
I don't know. That's a good question. I'm not one of those naked people. Like I don't like to walk around naked. I definitely wouldn't now because I've got kids and I don't want that to be one of their memories. Like, because I know people like that too. Like, just are like naked families. Like their fucking parents just walk out naked and stuff. I mean, not in front of me, but And fair play, that's their house. I mean, like, you can do what you want, but I just don't want that to be like my kids' memories of me, like just dad walking around naked. So like I like having pajamas on. My schedule is all fucked up now. Like when you have kids, they're all going to bed at different times, so I just end up passing out. Like, so I like having pajamas on, so I'm sort of like prepped for I have all this work to do, but if I'm like reading a story to my son to like get him to go to sleep, there's a good chance that I'm gonna fall asleep too. And that happens all the time. That's one of the biggest reasons why I can't work at night or get anything done, because it'll be like, oh, you want to just like fucking lay down with them till they go to bed, and like, okay, and then I'll pass out too, because especially when you have like my daughter's just like a little baby, and there's nothing more peaceful in the world than passing out when your kid passes out.
Oh, that must be beautiful.
I will say that of like when it comes to like parenthood and like the joys of being a parent, it's is passing out. Like if you're like laying on the couch and you've got a baby that you've been like chasing after like all day, and then they're just in your arms, and then like they fall asleep, I just fall asleep too, because it's just like there's nothing more peaceful than like taking a nap when the baby's napping. And but then that means I don't get any work done, so that's the
I honestly don't know how you get everything done every week. I'm actually pretty impressed. I mean, you got the family life, and then you got it every week. I mean, I am pretty impressed, I have to admit. Well,
it's, it just means I'm all fucking manic and stressed and my heart's gonna fucking explode. That's all.
Well, that's what I worry about, Andy. That's what I do worry about. Hope you've been alright in the last few weeks.
Hey, do you want to play me another song?
Sure. I got another one here for you. This is from Street Cleaner, and this is Bitches Leave.
Bitches Leave.
It's got a picture from RoboCop, obviously. Clarence.
Yeah, that's one of my favorites.
I knew you'd like that.
Clarence Boddicker is one of the best fucking villains in a thing. Like, I love Clarence Boddicker so much.
He really fucking is.
Yes, all right, well, let's check this out. This is Bitches Leave by Street Cleaner.
Bitches leave.
And that was Street Cleaner with the track Bitches Leave. Marco's third pick of the week. I'm trying to rank.
Hello.
Hey, baby.
Oh, that is adorable.
Do you want to be part of the show?
Oh,
Say hi, Marco.
hello, baby lost.
Say habu. Those aren't words.
Kid is so adorable. I knew it. Your kid's going to be a talk show host too.
Do you want to be a talk show host? Really? All right. Say bye-bye to Marco.
Bye-bye.
Say bye-bye.
Bye-bye, cutie.
999. Do you want some food? Are you hungry? Well, Marco will go cook you a steak.
Yeah. We're too young for steak.
Yeah, Marco's going to cook you a steak. Marco's going to come over to Canada, and he's going to cook us a nice steak.
Will do.
But listen, you have a good week, and we'll talk to you next week. And hopefully I'll get a chance to, maybe I'll try and binge Stranger Things so we can do a review or something.
That would be cool. That would be cool. So have you watched any of it?
I've seen the first episode.
So just the first. All right. Well, you got 8 episodes to go, so I don't think it's going to happen anytime soon. But I'm going to have some positive thoughts. Okay.
All right, man. And you have a lovely weekend, and we'll talk to you next week.
You too. And don't forget, keep it real and keep it 80s. I think she wants mommy.
Mommy's not here. Are you going to keep it real and keep it 80s? Yeah? No? She's
what?
shaking her head no. Yeah, I guess she's not going to keep it 80s. And that was Keeping It 80s with Marco Merrick. Special guest star, a baby. Listen, I'm on a tight schedule today, so I'm not going to do the full Patreon, but I will do a shout out to the new patrons because we have a bunch this week. So we'll do the Patreon song, and maybe I'll do my $10 donors and the new patrons. So as you guys know, Beyond Synth has a Patreon. Patreon is a way you can support the show. It really helps. It keeps the show going on a regular basis, which is nice. And also, the more we can get towards the show, the better the show can be. And the more time I can focus on it, which is, the key thing. Because I don't say this very often, but it is the Patreon that is keeping this show coming out on a weekly basis. Like, without it, I wouldn't be able to do this show as regularly as I do. So I appreciate everybody who donates to the Patreon. Tell your friends to give me all their money. Okay, so I just want to do a quick shout out to my new patrons this week. There's Rob Dyson. Thank you, Rob. You're a cool guy for donating to Beyond Synth. I think he messaged me on Twitter to say he was happy that he discovered Holland and syntax by listening to the show, and that's cool. That's when the show is working properly, is when people can find cool music by listening to it. Then there is, I got in 2 new $5 donors this week. There's Jared Glenn and Damien Rudies. Is that how you say your name? Rudies? Damien Rudies. I think so. Jared Glenn, I think I'm saying correctly. I love the idea that, the normal names, if I'm just pronouncing people's normal names and it turned out that they're all crazy, but the crazy ones are pronounced normally, like Jared Glenn is actually pronounced like Jared Gloon. I'm thinking now you should call yourself Jared Gloon. Jared Gloon. Anyways, thank you guys for your support. It means a lot to me. You're both cool. You're all cool. Everybody is cool. That's the bottom line. And I also have a new $6.66 donor this week, Renton Brax. He's joining the legacy of the donation of the beast. And That makes me happy. So next week, I'm going to try, maybe I'm going to do it like week on, week off, doing the $5, $6 donors, because I don't want the Patreon to keep getting longer and boring for people to listen to. But don't worry, buddy, you will get your donation of the beast jingle next week when I do the full Patreon. And now I'd like to just quickly thank all of my lovely $10 Pattersons. There's Colin Bennett, Winfield, Will Lowe, Joshua Evison, Slunks, fucking Slunks, Greg Smith, Ashley Keegan, Tim Walmsley, Mike Shima, Shabugen, Playmaker Media, Murat Ogut, Elias Garnier, Polly Digital, and of course Fraser Davidson. And then my lovely donors here who give all the wacky amounts, you know, with the 1111. As always, it is the lovely Chrysalia Lane. And then with the 1987, it's Frank Skanicki. With the 2288, Mr. Jacob Wick. And then my lovely, my $25 pals, man. These people are very generous and very awesome to donate to Beyond Synth. There is Chris Dance. There is Gregorio Franco. White Tiger. And of course, Clint Dowling. And I want to thank everybody for donating to Beyond Synth. It means a lot to me. It really does. And it keeps this show coming out regularly, which is the key. That is the most important thing, I guess. If you like this show. If you don't like this show, then then donating to it would be bad. So, let's listen to another track, and then we'll go chat with Calix. So what do I got in my list? Alright, you know what? I think I played this song a while ago. I forget. I don't have, like, playlists that I remember what I played, but I was going through, and I had my thing set on random, and then this song came up, and I was like, oh yeah, this song is cool, so I'm going to play it anyway. So maybe I've played it like a year ago. I don't remember. It's by Jimmy Synthetic, and it's a track called Time Pursuit. And that was Time Pursuit by Jimmy Synthetic. And that's a fun little track. I dig it. You should dig it too. And now, let's go and chat with Calyx. All right, so I am here with Calyx. How's it going?
It's going good, man. How's it going?
I'm all right. So what's going on, dude? What's happening in England right now?
Liverpool. It's probably the worst weather it's been in a long time. Like, autumn is probably hitting hard here. Like, today it's been non-stop because I think Dublin had like some sort of like tornado, and it's like hitting Liverpool bad. Like, the wind is crazy, like trees like blowing away and breaking apart. It's just been non-stop rain. But yeah, autumn is killing it over here. I love autumn, especially like when all the leaves turn orange. I don't know, it's like my favorite season. I don't know, that's a bit weird, but I can't stand summer. I'm like one of those guys who goes out, just melts in the sun. I'm like, ugh. So when autumn comes around, I'm like, yeah, I love it.
So you are a Liverpudlian, is that correct?
I am, mate. Yeah, I'm sound, as they say. Sound as a pound.
Well, it's always fun to chat with people from the different regions of England because I don't think I've had a Liverpudlian before. Liverpudlian on. There we go. Sorry.
Well, I'm your first scouser then, I'm guessing.
Yeah. So you know what this accent reminds me of, besides the Beatles? There was this game Conker's Bad Fur Day for the N64.
Yeah, I remember that, yeah.
And there was, I think there was like some Scouse dung beetles, because there's this part where you're in like this world of shit, and there's these beetles, and they have that accent.
Hey, pal, what's where you going?
Take my bicycle out of here. It's still really bad in there. You just don't want to go in there.
Now, just calm down and tell me what's the matter.
It's so bad though. I can tell it's not real Scouse. It's just when people try and do it, they always do a high pitch like, I'm from Liverpool, you know, I'm dead hard and I'm a Scouse.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what it sounded like. When Rare was making games and they had audio dialogue, I think it was just people on the team doing the audio. Like, I don't think they hired voice actors.
That makes sense, actually. Rare were killing it back in the day, actually. Many Rare games, so cool. And I recently seen something on Facebook. I'm not with games at all. I love retro games and talk about them for ages, but I've seen like Xbox like re-releasing them or something. I was just like, whoa, what about PlayStation? That's not fair at all. I remember, like, obviously I know you love GoldenEye, but I loved what's that game called again? It was like a clone of GoldenEye. Perfect Dark, was it? Something like that.
Oh yeah, Perfect Dark. Yeah.
I love that, mate, and like especially all like the secret locations and stuff. And I tried to play that recently, and the control, I was just like, "What the fuck is this?" Like, I couldn't get my head around because I'm so used to like PlayStation control and the analogs, and it was just so backwards for me. I just like, oh no way, I couldn't get my head around it. So how did I even play this back in the day?
Yeah, see, Perfect Dark is also very good. Like, I always talk about GoldenEye, but I think if I actually did the math, I probably played more Perfect Dark.
Wow.
Than GoldenEye because Perfect Dark had all those options in there. And I've said this a million times on this show, and I'm going to say it again to you now, is there's a mod online, which is what I'm always talking about, which is where they took Perfect Dark, but they put all the GoldenEye stuff into Perfect Dark.
Wow.
And that's what I play. And I've solved the control issue because I know what you're talking about. Like, I have the sense memory because I put so much time into Perfect Dark that when I go back and hold an N64 controller, as weird as it is, it only takes me a few minutes to get back into the groove of it.
Wow.
But it's flipped, right? It's the opposite. It's like you're doing your head motion with your left hand and moving with your right, and nowadays it's backwards, like they flipped it with the analog sticks. So I use a PlayStation controller when I play my emulator, and I configure it in such a way that it is configured the way a modern first-person shooter is configured, so I flip the analog sticks.
That's genius.
Yeah, and so you can do it. It's the only thing that it is weird about the way that it controls is like when you turn your head and you turn your aimer, the aimer doesn't immediately move with your head. It kind of floats.
Okay.
Did you ever play the Wii?
Not really, no.
Yes, I'm trying to think of an example. Well, on the Wii anyways, there was a thing called like a bounding box. So essentially it was you'd be moving your aimer around the screen if you were pointing the Wii remote at the screen like it was a gun.
Yeah.
And you wouldn't want it to turn every time you had a little hand motion, so it wouldn't start to turn the screen until you pointed all the way to the edge. Okay. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So in modern first-person shooters, the second you even turn slightly your analog stick, your whole vision moves.
Yeah.
Like your vision is locked to your aimer. But in GoldenEye, the vision isn't locked to the aimer, so the aimer can actually like move for a little bit before you start to turn.
Yep.
And that's like the weirder thing to get your head around. But when they re-released Perfect Dark on the Xbox,
What? That's a thing.
yeah, they did an HD remake of Perfect Dark like 4 years ago.
Oh my god, see what I mean? I'm still not up to date with like games, and I need to get that for sure.
Yeah, I think like it's on. They released a rare collection on Xbox, and I think they put the Perfect Dark remake back on that collection.
Wow.
And the thing is, in the Perfect Dark remake, the one that they did, because I play a mod, so it still plays like Perfect Dark, but the remake, they actually made an option to lock the aimer to the, so it plays more like a modern shooter.
Yeah.
And it was pretty good. Like they changed some stuff though. That was the only problem. Like there was a lot of stuff I loved about Perfect Dark, and some of it was the silly faces and things. And when they ported it over to Xbox, they had to replace all the faces because those were like they were all like old employees, and so like all the faces were new, and some of them they had to take away. And one of them disappointed me because one of the characters looked like me. Because there was that character called Trent, the bad guy Trent.
Yeah.
And he had like the red suit. And his face, because of low resolution, looked kind of like my face. And so
Cool.
when I played the game, I would always use his head on a tuxedo body. And in the remake, he looked nothing like me. And I was disappointed by that. So, but it played okay. It was fine.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, I've never really been into like Nintendo games. Like for me, I'm always Sega, but I did get a Nintendo 64 for sure because I was always on Perfect Dark and Mission Impossible. They were my games back in the day. I loved them. I loved the way you could just like camouflage and change your face and go undercover. And I was just like, oh, this is so cool. Yeah. It was just the best game ever. I love like stealth games, mate. I love them, like Metal Gear Solid and stuff. The best.
Yeah, I think what I love about actually, you know what? Let's listen to some music and then we'll fucking we'll talk. We'll pick this right up with some fucking stealth. But we'll go in order here. So the first thing you released was the Outlands EP. Is that correct?
That's the one.
All right. So let's listen to a track from that, which I dug, and yeah, we'll listen to the titular Outlands track. That's a cool song. So here is Outlands by Calyx. And that was Outlands by Calyx. Actually, how do you say Calyx? Do you say it in a different way?
No, that's spot on. A lot of people, when I played Retro Future Fest, they kept on calling me Calyx. I was just like, what? It's a bit weird. But Calyx is correct, yeah, for sure.
All right, cool.
I don't know, but I don't care either way. It sounds cool either way.
Well, I think Calyx sounds better. Calyx sounds like a medicine.
I know, it's like when my friends say like it sounds like something for your stomach.
Yeah, exactly. That's yeah. That's why I like. But to me, it seems like it would be Calyx. Like I don't know why you would pronounce that A. Some people are weird the way that they just assume weird pronunciations of things.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this is a cool album. It's got Calyx was sent to the Outlands after a spaceship malfunctioned.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Did I follow the story properly? So there's a fictional dude who is in these albums of Calyx.
Yeah, I mean, back then I was so into concept albums. I want to let people know, like my songs are like, I want to be like a story. So that's why I kept on adding in like voices, especially in Metropolis. And I think people got it by then, so I stopped it for a while. And listening back, like Outlands was like just all over the place at the time. I just wanted to try different sounds and push the barriers and like, I don't know, experiment with different things. And listening back, I was just like, sometimes I'm like, why did I do that? And then I know a lot of artists don't like the past stuff, but for me, sometimes when I released it, I just wanted to take it down. I was like, what is this? Like, it doesn't make, it's so many different sounds. It's all over the place. At one minute, it's like fantasy 80s film. The next minute, I've got like a German rapper going, this book, you know. Blackmaster Ty was so cool. He loves the scene, and he's such a nice guy. And then he just really wants to work with me, and I was just like, well, whatever, we'll just go for it. Throw him on the track. Because at the original, I had another rapper, an English rapper, but I thought either way, it's still a bit weird. Like, not many rappers are in the scene. I mean, there is a few, and I dig it. I think it's so cool because I love anything different. But Outlands is, yeah, it's different. At the time, I still didn't know my sound. Like, I've only just really found my sound. Like, I always started making music in 2008, but it was very different. Like, it wasn't even synthwave back then. It was a lot of like soundtrack style. I guess it was a bit trancey as well. I might upload one day just to let people know what it sounded like. Because I used to listen to like 80s stuff in MySpace back in MySpace days, especially Danger and Space Harrier and Kavinsky. I used to be obsessed with the profiles back then. I was just like, whoa, what's this cool? Like, you'd land on their page and they'd have all this like animated GIFs and like flashing neon lights and stuff and all this distortion thing. And I was just like, this is so cool, because I'd listen to it and watch it and see all these pictures, and then I was like, I would escape. I was like, this is so fucking cool. There's no music like this at all. A couple of years later, and then I remember that I got a little bit better making music, and then the whole dry thing, and it got that big in college, and I was just like, you know, I'll give this a go, just give this a little go. And then I made Journey in an hour, which is dead quick from like, because before then I was just making like trance songs, and so I've got a little bit of knowledge behind me. I know Journey is the best production, but for me, I made it dead quick, and the feedback was so great, and I was just like, this is crazy. And then I realised there was like this big scene. Well, back then it wasn't big, like 2013 I started. It was Betamax really who really got me into it. I was just like, this guy's killing it. I was just like, I loved all the sounds, and from there it was Mitch Murder, and I was just like, whoa, and everything just felt right to me. I was like, this is the place I need to be. Because everyone said back in the past, like, your song sounds so like emotional and soundtrack. Don't we give 80s a go? Like, because I had a little instrument here and there, especially the drums, and I had no idea it was like a big scene. I was just like, everything just felt so right at home. And as soon as I brought my first track out, everyone was so nice. And like, you never got that in like any other scene.
Mm.
If you release the track, it's straight away people are like, this is fucking shit.
Yeah,
You know, like,
fuck you.
Yeah, it's just crap. You know, like put you down straight away. But like the scene has given me, like, it was so good. Open arms, just straight in. Everyone was kind and give me like tips here and there. Do this, and yeah, like it's just. I did release the EP before Outland, but it's so different. I just, again, I always do this. I'm so hard on myself, and I just end up deleting it, taking down. I even right now, I'm writing a new EP. I'm just like, ugh, I don't want to release it. I'm so hard on myself. I'm like OCD with music. I'm so bad.
Looking at your Bandcamp, you see people who are very happy to. I never do this during interviews, but I'm I'm looking at your Bandcamp and I see David Rottenberger says, "Classic masterpiece by legendary Calyx. So glad to see its return to Bandcamp." And Queen Toto says, "One of the most amazing albums I heard in a while. Powerful, authentic. I love it."
So kind. It's crazy to me. Like my girlfriend says to me all the time, "You're just too hard on yourself. Like maybe people like it just because you don't like it, other people like it." But like I've released a lot of songs since 2013, a lot on SoundCloud, and usually I leave them off for like a month or two. It gets to the point when I'm like, "Oh, just delete this. This is the worst thing ever." And even with my new album, I uploaded every single track, and I was just like, "No, I'm gonna delete all these. These are not that good." I'm so hard on myself. I need to stop being like that. I just need to like release it and leave it.
Yeah.
Once it's on the internet, there's nothing you can do. It's on the internet forever. There's no point trying to delete it.
Yeah, I mean, it's better that you're putting music up there instead of like pictures of your dick. I mean, like you're putting up stuff for people. Well, I'm just saying, like of all the things you could put up that's like still going to be on the internet forever, like at least it's like cool music.
Yeah.
Because I mean, there's worse things you could put on the internet forever.
That's true.
Like pictures of your dick.
Yeah.
I hear the nervous laughter of a guy who's put pictures of his dick on the internet.
Well, Andy, that's confidential. That wasn't a yes. That was just a joke.
Well, listen, even though you have a lot of shame for this past work, we're going to listen to another song that I dug from this album.
Yeah.
And then we'll continue to move forward through the, what the fuck's the word? The discography of Calyx?
The regrets.
The regrets, yeah. But here's a cool track. This was Sapphire City by Calyx. And that was Calyx with the track Sapphire City. And I'm here with Calyx right now. And we teased it before, but then we didn't talk about it. But we were talking about stealth games, and you were talking about digging the stealth games. And for me personally, I miss the kind of the simplicity of old stealth games. Like, I don't know, maybe me being an old man, but I kind of like when the AI is sort of a little bit dumb. I like that the stealth in GoldenEye and Perfect Dark and in Metal Gear Solid, you can pretty much like sneak up behind people and they don't really do anything, and like you can leave the room, and like in Metal Gear how you'd like set off the alarm and like just leave the room and then come back in and everything was fine.
Yeah, they're all idiots. Like when you're in a box, just like tap, like, what's that noise? It's just a box. Like a box with footprints behind it, you know what I mean? Like, it's like the best game at all. Metal Gear Solid, I couldn't get enough of it. I was like, especially when you're messing around with like all the enemies and stuff, and the storyline was so cool. I know they released it for the GameCube, but I wish they release it again, like a HD master. I think it'll be awesome. It's one of the best games ever. One of the stealth games ever, anyway.
Yeah, you can tell how lazy some of these companies are when it comes to HD remasters, because it's like they'll do part 2 and they'll do part 3 of Metal Gear, but they won't do part 1. And I think it's just because maybe the way that it was made, I think they would just have to completely rebuild it.
Yeah.
Like, this is me assuming that, because it's like, if they could do it easily, they just would. Because they've released a few, like, kind of remastered Metal Gear compilations, and they don't do part 1. And they also don't put the GameCube version.
Yeah.
Because I thought, like, well, if they're not going to do the original PlayStation, at least bring the GameCube one, but then they won't do that either. So I don't know if the GameCube one is caught up in some weird legal stuff, like, based on the company that released it.
Didn't think about that, yeah.
But I will say that I played the GameCube one.
Twin Snakes.
Yeah, they sort of did, like, oh, it's an extended edition. Like, they re-recorded the dialogue, and they added more dialogue. In the past, I've talked about it on this show about how I didn't actually like some of the re-recorded dialogue because they changed some pronunciations of words and they changed some emphasis and stuff that kind of annoyed me. But the other thing they did was they extended everything, and I thought it made the game like not as cool, because like I loved Metal Gear Solid, and I liked how every time you defeated a bad guy, they'd give you like a speech before they died.
Yeah.
And then in the GameCube one, they added like so much more dialogue that there was a point where I was just like, okay, just fucking die. Like, this was an emotional scene, and now you're fucking it up because you're not killing the dude. It's like when I watched Peter Jackson's King Kong, and at the end of the movie, he's hanging off the building, and he's been blown away by a bunch of planes, and he's about to fall. And I remember in the theater going, this is pretty emotional, man. If he falls right now, you know, maybe I'll have a tear for this. But then they just held on him for too long because the movie was like 3 hours long. So it's like, well, let's just have him fucking just hold on and just stare for like 2 minutes. And then it got to the point where I was like, well, I don't care anymore. Like, he should have fell a minute ago, and then I would have been emotional about this scene. But you hung on it for too long, and then the emotion went away. And so in Metal Gear Solid Twin Snakes, they killed a lot of the emotion for me in those characters' death scenes because they dragged them out too long. And they also matrixed up the cut scenes, so like Snake was like jumping around dodging bullets and stuff.
Wow, I don't remember that. I have to like play that again.
Yeah, go on YouTube and just see, because they added a whole bunch of matrix stuff. So Snake is like dodging bullets. But what was cool was that they made Gray Fox a lot cooler, because he actually deserved Matrix stuff because he was Cyborg Ninja.
For sure.
So they had a lot of cool things, him flipping around in slow motion with his swords and stuff, and I thought that stuff was cool, but the stuff with Snake was over the top because it was like, well, he's not a fucking superhero, and he was like flipping around, dodging bullets, and I didn't buy it. But I love the original.
Yeah, I haven't played Phantom Pain. All I've heard is bad things about it, so I haven't even seen, I don't even know what the story's about at all. All I know is Snake is in this, and he's young. I don't know. Maybe it's me talking shit. But again, I don't play new games.
Yeah, I don't remember I know they changed the voice actor, so Kiefer Sutherland is him in this game.
Oh yeah, what the fuck, man?
I don't know. I mean, I like Kiefer Sutherland, but
Otacon.
Yeah, but I don't. It was a really weird decision.
Yeah.
But I've heard good things about the game.
Really?
Like, it got pretty well reviewed. I just haven't played it for some reason. I don't know why. I feel like maybe I'm just done with that franchise, even though I really liked playing them. Like, I loved Part 4, and I liked, the previous ones. And for some reason, even though I've had lots of gamer friends tell me, this game's really good, you're going to like it, I just haven't wanted to play it, and I don't know why.
Yeah, same with me. I think it's because it wasn't the original Snake voice. I went ahead about it, I was like, I'm not playing it then. I got so stuck, and I was like, I'm not playing it. No,
Meryl.
There's like one guy, isn't it? Meryl, yeah. What's his name? David? What's his name? David?
David Hayter.
David Hayter.
Yeah.
a lot of
He's also a screenwriter. You know, he's awesome. I love his voice. It's so cheesy, but like to me, that is Snake, and so like it's hard to accept another person doing that. It's just, and he's still around, and he could still do it. So, yeah,
exactly. I remember he got really upset on Twitter about it as well, and he's reading all his tweets about it. It's like he was so upset at the time when he didn't get it. But well,
yeah.
Metal Gear Solid 2 is another story when Raiden came in, or Raiden. I love that one. That game made me cry when he done that, like that cool handshake with Archon, like like when his sister died and when she got shot by the vampire dude. I love that one. That was the best ever. They released like a HD master or something on the PlayStation, so I need to double check that. So I'll play that soon, actually. What a game. I loved it.
Part 2, the thing that just impressed me the most was the graphics, because I remember that was like one of the first games I played on PlayStation 2, and I just remember going like, wow, like these graphics look so fucking good. Now I go back and it's very primitive, but at the time I just remember thinking like, this looks so smooth. Like and then I remember you could go into like first person mode with your gun and you could like shoot bottles.
That's right.
And every bottle would break individually off the bar, and I just thought like, this game is awesome, like just because of that. Games now, they're all just sort of visually impressive, but you know, in the early days of 3D and when the new systems came out, there was always just every game had like a new thing that was cool.
Yeah.
Oh, this game, the water effects look really nice, and look at this game, the rain looks so cool, and there's like a shine on the floor from the water, and like and then some other game would do really cool looking fire, or like look at the smoke in this one. And I think Metal Gear, I just loved shooting the bottles off the bar, just going like, hey man, each one like breaks individually, like this is so cool, like so simple, but
awesome.
you know.
Especially like all the little Easter eggs go in the locker, and you could kiss like naked women posters. Like you just press R1 and R2 and you go kiss them all the photos. And I remember in Metal Gear Solid 1, there's like the guy had diarrhea, and you could find him, like you could see him or something like that. I don't know, like all the stupid things you could find. I remember like I used to get this, like back then you could plug in something to your PlayStation's like cheat, and I remember like used to like get the key card. So then you go through like one of these doors and like level 1, and then you'll get level like 25, and you go straight to the end. Like you'd skip to the bit where you get tortured, and like you'd have to like press like I don't know, it's like R1 or something, or X, like so fast, and you like, could you get electrocuted? And if you passed it, Meryl survived. If you didn't pass it, Otacon survived. And then I think there's a way where they both survive. I may be wrong about that. It depends on the torture scene. If you pass it, Meryl survives. If she doesn't, she dies at the end. I love that, mate. I always want to get to that scene straight away.
But in Metal Gear Solid 4, they were both alive. So I think no matter what happened in your version of Part 2, like I think they just assume that she lived because she was in Part 4.
Sorry, yeah. This is when she's getting like killed by Sniper Wolf in number 1. And if you survive the shock thing by she survives. Even if she gets shot, it's like she wakes up and then she survives, and then Archon dies because she survives or something. I can't remember. It was such a long time ago. I blew my mind that because I always thought she died, and one of my friends told me like, she can survive if you do this. I was like, wow. So it made me play it all over again. It was the best thing ever. I was like, yes. Do you remember Psycho Mantis as well? You have to change your control to control 2. I was playing him for hours and hours. I couldn't kill him. And then one of my friends told me in school, like, no, you got to take control 1 out and put a controller 2. And then his powers don't work. And that blew my mind. I was just like, this is the best game in the world.
It was such a weird... The sense of humor of Metal Gear is still something that I find so surprising, because it's like, it's this weird, dark, super violent game, but it also has this weird, quirky sense of humor, because that was one of the things, like I can't read your mind, because like you take the fucking controller out, and then remember when he makes your controller vibrate on the table, he's just like, set your controller down, and then like you do it and it starts shaking, and it's like, so there's always these weird jokes to remind you that you were playing a video game, which was a weird thing, but also awesome.
Yeah, man.
Listen, we got to listen to some more music here. We're going to move forward to the album Metropolis, and we're going to listen to a track that I dug from this album. It's a track called Seasick by Calyx. was Seasick by Calix from the album Metropolis. I'm here with Calix right now, and I was worried for Calix because it sounded like he was going to be in another spaceship crash at the start of this album. So I feel like Calix is always in some sort of spaceship crash at the start of these concept albums.
That's true. I didn't think about that. Yeah, I want to just make like it's true. Like I'm always in a spaceship crashing somewhere. I should not be in a spaceship. That's why I'm not anymore. I can't drive. For Calix though, I had all this like sci-fi concept thing because one of my favorite films is Flight of the Navigator. So I kind of like borrowed the ship from there. That's what the ship is basically. And Zara is like the girl voice in the spaceship at the time, but I completely just stopped doing that now for some reason. I don't know. I think people just get bored of like concept albums, so I just took all the interludes out for the latest one and just don't do it anymore. I might bring it back one day, but we'll see.
Well, it's always fun to do. I don't know. Creates an atmosphere.
Yeah, that's why I help put in like little interludes and just help people know what's going on. Like I said, it's like a concept. So that's why there's always like 20 seconds like interludes, just let people know like what Calix is doing, where he's going, like trying to find this girl, you know, like a love story sort of thing.
Yeah. It seems to me he's always crashing.
Yeah, he's just drunk all the time. He shouldn't even be in the spaceship. Doesn't he know what he's doing? Hates everything that he does. Regrets everything. Just a lost soul in the spaceship.
So what's going on in fucking Liverpool today besides the weather?
Today, I'm still polishing off. I've got a new EP coming out very soon, actually. This is very different as well. Like I said, like this is very like cinematic from my last album. I've took like a different direction. Well, I took elements from the album, but this is it's a little bit dark, but it's more like atmospheric, cinematic, emotional. Yeah, I can't want to give too much away, but that'll be dropping very soon, actually. So I've just been polishing that off today. I think I've got one more track I'm going to be singing on, and that's it. It's ready to go out.
Cool.
From Outlands to Metropolis to my latest album, it just sounds like a completely different artist, you know. You would never know it's me because I'm always like evolving, changing. Like I'm always been that way. I don't like to stick to the same sound. Like I'm always like adamantly around it because I get bored. I know you hate that, by the way. I've heard you say before, like, you like to know who you're listening to, and with me, it could be anyone. It could be like Celine Dion, you just don't know. It just could be anyone.
You're using my words against me? No, my point, what you're saying is I have said that, but the purpose of that point is when I don't know who I'm listening to because it's like generic synthwave.
I see.
So I have no problem with people like altering their sound. In fact, I mean that's important, right? I mean as an artist, you have to stay interested in what you're doing.
Yeah.
And I don't hold it against people if they release a few tracks and they're cool, but they're kind of, standard synthwave stuff. And then I find that if people stick with what they're doing, they start to grow into a sound that's more theirs.
Exactly.
And when I talk about artists who do vocals, to me, that's just a sort of shortcut to having a defined sound because it's like if I'm listening to Le Cassette, no matter what music is going on in the background, it's Adam McNabb's voice, right? So like his voice is Le Cassette as much as the music is, and so the second I hear one, I don't have to think in my head like who is this. But if I love a song, even if it's instrumental, I know who it is.
Yeah.
But it's tricky to define a sound too. It's like when people are doing that sort of that synthwave or retro sound, sometimes there's certain samples that people are sort of using the same ones for, like drum samples and techniques.
Yeah.
So it's tricky as well to sort of create a unique sound while still trying to sort of have that nostalgia. I mean, like it's tough. I think that it's tough. But I mean, if a song is cool, I like the song, so I don't.
Yeah, with Metropolis, the reason why it's so like electronic. At the time, I'd done a gig with college. I think it was around 2014. Well, originally it was 2013, but he missed his flight, and that was 2 weeks in for me making even synthwave. So I was just like, what? It's just so weird. But anyway, in 2014, a lot of people in Liverpool told me, like, you need to change your music. You need to be more, like, fast-paced and electronic, and we'll throw you on all these gigs. And I was like, oh, cool. So we did that, and I heard fuck all. I was like, fuck, why did they do this? It's like, it's just not me at all. But I tried to keep some 80s elements in there, but it's very electronic, and some of it wasn't me. Like, again, because I got offered a lot of gigs, and they're like, we can do this, but you need to like have faster songs and electronic, French, and all this. They were telling me, and I was like, okay, I'll go for it. I've never done anything like this before, and then nothing happened. So I didn't write any music for 2 years, and then only till I think I came out with an album this year. I forgot already. Yeah, April. And then that was me like experimenting with a lot of sounds and like trying to find my sound. And then eventually I was just like, yeah, this is my sound for sure. This is it for sure. I'm not going to change and only little slightly things, just like depending on the emotion of the soundtrack, because there is some sort of like concept always in my music. So sometimes it can be like really emotional and it can be like hard or outrunish. I like to like have both worlds with my music for sure, because I'm such a fan of like the scene. I like to experiment all sounds, you know.
Well, it's fun to experiment, man.
Yeah.
With sounds and sexually.
Yes, indeed.
We're having a good time. So what do you do for fun then, man? What are you doing for fun when you're not making music?
Right now, I've got a friend who's, I think you might know him actually, Jared Green. He's like, at the moment, he's redesigning a whole Mega Drive for me. So we're working on changing the character swap from one of the characters or adding a new character in. So there's going to be a character, they're going to remake Streets of Rage and put his character for me to play. And he's going to send me like the game cartridge and the whole modded Mega Drive with like a Raspberry Pi in there as well, like a Retro Pi in there for me. He's putting like a button where I can switch it on with my iPhone. This guy is like the real hacker man. He blows my mind. He's like insane what he does.
Yeah, he's been sponsoring Beyond Synth, so we are, for the audience listening, we're talking about Retro Revolutions, and I did see some pictures, I think, while he was doing it, of the Calyx build, because he's using a Mega Drive case, right, or a Sega Genesis case.
Yeah, I bought one and sent him over it, and then yeah, that's it. Yeah, he's modified everything.
Yeah, because I've been talking to him. I don't want to spoil it, but I've been planning a thing with him for a while, because he was showing me this stuff, and I was just like, oh man, we got to do something. And so like, I think I'm gonna do like a video series where, because he's been doing YouTube videos where he's building these like modded things, and so I think the plan is anyways to do like a Beyond Synth / Retro Revolutions crossover for the thing that he's gonna build for me.
Wow.
But
that's awesome, man.
I don't want to spoil it, but it's going to be it's sort of like a Swiss Army knife concepts console. So I was just like, dude, like,
yeah,
what if we just added this, and this? And I keep on like coming up with dumb things to like add into the system.
The system, he's not giving it away.
Yeah, like I'm trying to think of a way to talk about. Like, I'm excited because if it works, because here's what I told him. I said, like, I would love, like, if he wants to do this thing, I mean, like, I would love that. I mean, he's been a sponsor of the show, and like, I chat with him, and he's a cool guy.
Yeah.
So I said, I don't want you to build something for me that is just going to sit on a shelf as, like, a novelty item.
Yeah.
In some ways, it's going to be similar to what he's built for you. Like, it's going to have a retro game case, but a retro Pi inside.
Yeah.
And I said, like, I want it to be something that I will actually use, because I want it to sit proudly on the table or whatever and say, like, that's the retro gaming console. And so I said, here's what I would like in order to make it a useful device for me, so it's not just some novelty thing. Because I wouldn't want him to put all this work and then I just put it on a shelf, in a frame and say, like, there's my custom cool thing someone built. Like, I want to actually use it.
For sure.
So I was coming up with a list of items of just like, hey, and it'd be cool if it had this and this and this. And so I don't even know how the hell he's going to fit the stuff that I want in there. But he's a clever dude.
Yeah, he blows me away, the things he's made. He just made like a PSP. I don't even know if I'm allowed to talk about this, but he tells me all the time all the things he's making. But I think he made a PSP we can use like a PlayStation control wirelessly or something like that.
Yeah, that's his big project. That's the one where he's turned a PSP into a console.
Yeah, that's it.
Which no one's ever got to work properly and like his functions. So it's like you can take the little UMD discs that a PSP and put them into this machine. That's like a consoleized version of a PSP. So it plays PSP games with a PlayStation controller. And I mean, I watched his videos and it just, to me, like, I am not technical that way. I mean, when I see what he's doing and like just all the different wires that have to be like soldered to different things, I'm just like, oh, I'm out. Like, I don't get it.
Yeah.
But it's so cool that he does, because like, to me, dude, like, I'm building like the Beyond Synth set and I've probably ripped it apart like 6 times because I'll do so much work and then I'll realize, like, after doing like 30 hours of like building, that what I built doesn't work right. And then I'm like, oh fuck, and I painted it and everything, and I'm like, oh, I guess I gotta rip it apart. And I've literally ripped it apart like 4 times. I just keep putting work in, and then I realize like hours into it that like, oh, I'm a really shitty engineer. Like, I'm just really bad at it. And even the way it is now, I'm basically just going to have to live with the way it is now because I'm still not happy with it.
Oh, dude, that looks awesome.
Well, I think, honestly, the joke is going to be that all the work I've put in since I've ripped it apart four different times, I think ultimately it's going to look either exactly the same on camera or worse.
Oh my
After
God.
all of I ripped it apart so many times, and it is going to look no different or worse. That's the best it's going to be. I wish I had a fucking studio. I mean, that's the thing. I basically have to make the set so it actually like collapses so I can put it away,
All right.
because I don't have like a big room that I can just have be the set all the time. And so part of building this set is like making it so I can fold it and like basically like hide it behind some things. And it's like, so that's part of the
Wow.
thing. Let's listen to some more music. How about that?
Okay.
Here's a cool track. This is another one that I really liked from the album Metropolis. This is Above the Streets by Calyx. And that was Above the Streets by Calyx. And I'm here with Calyx right now,
Yo.
talking about retro games and things. So the console that he made for you,
Yeah.
Retro Revolutions, which was a modded Mega Drive.
Yeah.
So does it still function as a real Mega Drive, or is it just RetroPie?
No, yeah, it's full Mega Drive as well, and he's changing the hertz to 60 hertz. And he's adding in like wireless control for me as well. I don't know how he's doing that. I haven't got it yet. He's been working on this since like July. It's been a process because of me, because I'm so I'm so busy. He just keeps on doing other projects. But it's because the Streets of Rage game, it's like virtually impossible because there's like the development kit for it just doesn't exist online anymore. No one has it, and like even like he knows people, and they just doesn't exist. So he's gonna try and create one himself because he wants to like send everything together. Like even gonna make a custom box for me, so I have like a whole like Mega Drive box with the console and the game and the controls.
That's pretty ambitious.
So it's like legit, you know. So he's taking his time for sure with this.
I mean, I play a thing that is a recreated version of Streets of Rage because there's these tools online. I think one of them was called Beats of Rage, which was some, you know, like people on the internet, they basically made like a game engine where you can sort of make your own kind of brawlers. And I think it started with using Streets of Rage assets. I think that's why they called it Beats of Rage.
Yeah.
And then eventually it got to be where they were just taking sprites from like all these old games, and people are making their own custom brawlers and stuff using the artwork from old games. So there is a thing called the Streets of Rage remake, and it's pretty fucking good. Like, it's a really good game. It's really fast. And they basically combined, it's mostly like a remake of Streets of Rage 2, but you have all the characters from all 3 Streets of Rage games. So there's even like that old dude from the third one, that cyborg guy, and like the characters from part 2 and stuff like that. And it just plays really well because I love old school brawlers, and Streets of Rage is like one of my favorites.
Yeah. The best.
Yeah, and what I noticed is like it's all about the speed. The games that play fast, you know, and Streets of Rage is really fast and it's really responsive.
Yeah.
And which is why I always liked it over like Double Dragon and stuff, which I always found to be really slow and clunky. And like Streets of Rage to me was, and Final Fight and stuff, like pretty much all the Capcom ones were like all good.
Yeah, that's true. So is this like a PC like download?
Yeah. Streets of Rage Remake. If it's not still online, I think literally if you just type in Streets of Rage Remake, you can probably get it.
I'm doing that right now.
No, it's really good. Like, I'm not a huge nerd into like the modding community. Like, it's only for stuff that I like. You know, that's why I know about the GoldenEye X mod that I always play, because I love GoldenEye. And so when I stumbled upon it, now I always follow it whenever there's updates, even though they only update it like once every like 2 years or something. Like, I'm there ready to download the new version. And Streets of Rage was another one that I love. And so when I found out there was that remake, I started to learn more about it and see where it was coming from. And turns out there's this whole community of people who make their own brawlers using the assets of old games and stuff.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's mostly Streets of Rage 2, because apparently that's like the development kit for that. It's really easy to change the sprites. It's like, number one, you don't really see it at all. You don't see any sort of mods with them, because it's, I don't know why, it's like the coding or something like that. That's really hard to do. So that's why like Jared's taking so long to do it. But I need to like download this, dude, because this is blowing my mind right now. Like, I love Streets of Rage and didn't even know this existed.
Like, they just released this game a few months ago called Sonic Mania, which was like, it's that Sonic game, and it's using kind of like the old Sonic assets, and it was made by like a fan of Sonic. And it's kind of like that, where it just, you have the nostalgia for playing the old game. It's slightly different in that it has a bit more content, but essentially it is just the experience of, you know, just playing Streets of Rage. Like, they nailed just the speed, and it's a really great way to play that game. So I hook it up, and I try and hook up my my arcade controller. Yeah, it's a really satisfying fucking thing. I love it.
I've seen someone post on Facebook that they managed to get Sonic Mania onto the Mega Drive, but it was only like the intro. Like, they're trying to like switch it back to the Mega Drive or the Genesis, but it took up so much room, the intro, that's all they could fit on. I was just like, wow, it's so cool. And someone actually made like the case and the artwork and everything. It just looks so cool.
Yeah, I don't think they could. I mean, like, the thing is, with Sonic Mania, even though it looks 16-bit, there's a lot more animation. Yeah. Sonic moves a lot smoother than he does in the other ones. So it looks 16-bit, but, like, especially if you watch, like, the intro, like when Sonic jumps out of the thing and points his finger in the air, it's a really smooth-looking animation, so it's still 16-bit, but it's not quite. So I don't think they could put it on a Genesis. Like, I don't know that it would run it.
It's just, if you search for it, Google says Sonic Mania and Sega Genesis, the only thing to fit on was just the intro, that's all. I don't know how they've done it, I have no idea, but it's pretty cool.
Yeah, super useful too. If you're gonna, I feel like if I could fit the game or the intro on a thing, I'd probably go for the game. But listen, let's move forward in time to the album Calyx.
Self-titled.
Is this character on the thing? Is that like designed after you, or is that just?
It's not designed by me, no. It's still the character Calyx. Like I said, it's like a concept sort of thing. I wanted this to be like my first album, really. That's why I just self-titled it. I didn't want to put any sort of like name on there. Just wanted, it's like the beginning. It's just like I want to make this my baby. It's my first thing.
So are you happy then that we've spent this whole show listening to your old music?
I don't mind. It is what it is, man. Whatever. If you like it, you like it. I'm down with it. Can we start again? I'm joking.
Yeah, the interview really starts now. Let's listen to a track that I dug on this one. This is a track called Time Lapse by Calyx. that was Time Lapse by Calyx off the album Calyx by Calyx. I'm here right now with Calyx.
Oh, come on.
Straight from.
Oh, my God. And he's just taking Calyx for his stomach.
Yeah. Oh, Calyx. No, that you don't take Calyx for your thing. You take Calyx.
Calyx.
Yeah. Just take a few teaspoons of Calyx and you'll be shitting for a week. So what's what else is going on, man? You've been playing some shows.
The recent gig was Retro Future Fest with some cool guys like Sunglasses Kid, Highway Superstar, Nina. They were all so cool to meet them. Such cool guys. It was such a cool night.
Are you going to be doing another one of those?
Well, next year I'm going on tour, my first international tour, so I'll be playing a couple of shows in the US and Canada.
Cool, man. Well, that's exciting. So, how have you sort of developed? Like, what do you do for your live show? Do you bring up other people, or is it just you, or like how have you you figuring it out?
I'm still figuring it out, but for me, it's more like a visual experience. It's not, you can't like dance to my music that much, really, because most like the new stuff, it's proper. It's quite slow paced, so it'll be like a lot of visuals, like lights and the backdrop, and a lot of smoke, and just like people can escape just watching it, get nostalgic. That's what I'm all about, for sure.
Do you have like visuals and things that you're designing, or like how's that work?
I've got a guy doing some things for next year. I play lead. It's like well, it's not to me the keyboard. I don't actually own any sort of like synthesizers. I've just always just been like simple-minded, like just kept everything simple. I'm so envious though with like the guys like Robert Park and Wave Shaper with their collections and stuff. It's just so inspiring. But I always think I just wouldn't bother with it. I'm so simple. Like I'm all about like VSTs for me, just so it's easy to. Because I'm so like I always get so annoyed with the clutter. I'm like, where am I going to put everything? I just like to keep it all on the computer for me. But I will get some stuff in the future for sure. Because those guys just inspire me a lot. So for me, it's just like I'm on stage, keyboard, play lead. That's it. Like I need to work on me stage presence because it's not that good really. If I'm thinking about it, I have no idea what I'm doing sometimes. I spoke to some guys, just giving me like tips, and they just said, just do what you got to do. I know a lot of people like just go up there and just do nothing or pretend to play or just fix the visuals or remix it or DJ and stuff like that. But I like to play, especially like Sunglasses Kid. He kills it. Like at the Retro Future Fest, I was just in awe watching him. Like he kills on stage, especially Highway Superstar as well. I was just like, wow, these guys are so cool. Like for me, because my music's so simple and like Sunglasses Kid's just like he's so fast and he's playing.
Well, just go on stage and then just set some shit on fire.
Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Burn stage down, kill everyone.
That'll just make it exciting. I'm just saying, like, to make an exciting show, grab some Roman candles, just hit play on your music, and then just start firing Roman candles into the crowd. Bring up some naked ladies with, like, holding sparkler candles and stuff. I mean, I've done it. That's the Calyx show right there.
Perfect. Done. Can I steal your idea?
You can have it. You don't even need to steal it. I'm giving it to you.
Thanks, man. But yeah, it's still a learning curve for me. Like, not a lot of artists play live because it's just a different. You've got to learn so much, There's making music, and then there's mixing it, and there's mastering it, and then there's online, like, playing on stage and stuff, and mixing, DJing. It's just like whole build for me. So I'm just as simple as possible and just play, like, leads, and that's it.
It's tough. I commend anyone who goes out on stage and plays because it's a cool thing to do. But it's also tricky when it's like solo. It's like, how do you do it? And we've seen how some others do it, or if they have like a big, they can have like a little band.
Yeah.
But I also understand why some people can't do that. Obviously, like if it's a little bit smaller and can't afford, to be them and stuff like that. So it's tough. It's like, how do you do and so it's interesting. Like I'm seeing some shows now and trying to like suss out like what some people are doing when they are solo artists and like how they can bring some energy and fun and just being DJs. But it's hard. Like I don't down on anybody for doing it because
No.
I mean it takes some nerve to come up there and perform in front of people. And so even if you are DJing, it's still like I know a lot of people who'd be too afraid to do that. So I mean it's still something, and then people have to start somewhere and they have to learn part of it too.
That's it, yeah, for sure. As long as like this going for it, that's fine with me because my first gig in college, I went back now. I didn't have any first one. like big mini keyboard, and I was just playing, and I felt like people were going, "What's going on?" Like this guy's just standing there playing a keyboard with no like sort of band, no one's like presence, no one's dancing. There's no, it's just sound, you know. And it always like freaked me out. But like now, like you see Perturbator, he's killing it. Like you see like light in his backdrop, and it's just like Carpenter Brute as well. He's got like a band. I think that's where the scene's heading for sure. Like,
Yeah.
like I said, like a visual experience sort of thing. It's so cool. I love it.
Even with Perturbator's show, like it is just him on stage, and it's, you know, but that lighting kit that he has, I mean, that is an expensive lighting kit.
It's next level.
Yeah. So it's like, so that's an expense. I mean, like some people can't afford, you know, like I'm it's a very expensive thing. So I can't fault people if they can't do stuff like that.
Exactly.
The only time I would really, like if I was going critical, is if, you know, someone's successful and has something cool and then still don't, you know, like then it's kind of just like, well, what are you doing? Like, you know, if you can put on a thing, but if you're literally like a dude who like makes a bit of money on your music and just you, like, I can't expect a fucking $1 million light show. And to me, I like going to the shows just to meet the people who I've
Exactly, that's it.
chatted with on the show and get to see them and stuff like that. That's enough. Like, I think that's cool. Maybe I'm like an old man. Like, maybe that's the thing. If I was young and like all jacked up on E and drugs and stuff, that like it would be a different scenario.
I think when I played concert.
Yeah, yeah, that's the last season. I did it a few times in high school.
Wow.
It made my puke made me mad the next day. Kind of happy in the evening, and then the next day I was like, oh wow, like this drug drained my happiness from me. Like that's cool.
Yeah, I've had like it's something with like your spine or something.
I think it's serotonin. Yeah, like literally, I think I don't know if it just takes more for that moment while you're on it, and like it gives you that weird boost, but that's like it cleans it out, and you just feel like. I only did it a few times, like maybe 2 or 3, because I'm not really like a big drug, so I was never gonna do any drugs that you had to like put in your thing. I didn't like the idea of that, so you know, E was easy to do, and again, I was never really like a dancing dude anyway, so like even when I was having upon reflection, I was like, yeah, I'd have been better off just not doing any of those things I did. Like, you know, dancing like an idiot on some rave, like holding glow sticks. I'm like, that's not me.
So is that a no then? So I not bring any?
No.
You're boring, man.
Listen, dude, we'll just go straight to the crack, all right? That's what we do around here.
I'm gonna have it back and then kill it.
Just like a true renegade. And now we're gonna listen to a song Renegade by Calyx. This was another track that I dug off the album Calyx, and this track is Renegade. that was Renegade by Calyx. That song's cool. Yeah. Well, we can probably, like,
Thanks, man.
slowly fucking wind this thing down. Is there something you wanted to talk about that we didn't talk about?
No, that was everything, yeah. I'm a bit upset you brought up Outland, I've got to be honest.
Hey, man, David Rottenberger was really happy that you put it back on Bandcamp. I'm doing this for him.
Thanks, David.
Yeah.
You're the best.
Hey, man, it's good to see the way the artists progress, and I think there are cool songs on those albums. So fuck you. I'll do what I want.
Fuck me and fuck you.
Yeah. But yeah, man. So what's coming up? You said you got a new album. When does your new one come out?
This one's just a small EP. Ooh, you tricked me then. I haven't even announced that yet, but I'll just say it on your show. It'll be out next month.
Well, when? Because like this interview will probably air in like 3 weeks.
I'm just gonna say next month.
Are you happy about this one?
Yeah, for sure. It's very me, this one. But I'm not gonna give too much away. I did release a teaser. It's on like a neon light video, just a little sneak peek of what it's gonna be. I'm singing a lot more on this one because I sang a little bit on the ride, and a lot of people give like, even James Joy Bishop was the first person to message me and say, "Yo, man, that was good." So I thought I'm gonna keep doing this and give me like the confidence to go for it, because I always tell him you should sing more, and he did, and then it was my turn, and I thought I always sang one line because I didn't want to go in there too quick and like freak people out, like, yo, what the hell. So I just teased it a bit, just sang a little bit. So there's going to be a song where I'm singing a lot more lyrics for sure.
Yeah. Well, that's cool, man. Does it make you feel good?
It's nerve-wracking because it's my voice, and like even doing this is like, I've always turned down interviews because I'm just like, I don't know, like I said, I'm so hard on myself.
Yeah, but this show's the best.
Yeah. You have been listening to Beyond Synth with Andy Last. He likes men, and men like him. Not in a gay way.
No. In a gay way. It's okay.
I mean,
I'm fine with it.
in a gayest way of all. There you go.
That was a very special thing. You should. I'll send you the audio of that, and then you can put it into your next album.
Done.
It won't make any sense to anybody, but just all of a sudden, like, the sound sample comes in. It's like, he loves men.
And men love him.
Men do love me.
They do, man. There you go. There you go.
So it's funny and true. But yeah, man. Well, it was good chatting with you.
Yeah, man. You too. Finally.
Maybe we'll end with a track. You want to do that?
Sounds good to me, dude.
Which one do you want to play?
Let's go with The Ride.
The Ride. All right, cool. Well, listen, Calyx, you have a lovely day in Liverpool.
Cheers, man. You too. And also get better, dude. I heard about like little circumstances and stuff, so get better.
Well, I'll try my best. I don't think I can mimic your accent. I'd like to be able to do more accents.
Say, di-do-do-da-do, don't di-do. Say that.
Da-do-da-da-don't-di-do. No, I can't.
You'll learn one day. It's they do that though, don't they do? Di-do-do-da-do, don't di-do. That's so scarce.
So, like, your THs are Ds?
Yeah. That.
Well, it's funny because it's not, I don't know, as we've been talking, it sort of faded away. Like, it wasn't as pronounced as when I first started chatting with you.
Yeah, I've toned it down completely. There's proper scouse. Like, I'm not from, like, part of, like, where it's proper scouse. You're more like the Beatles, you know? Sort of like Paul and John, you know? Like the Beatles. So that sort of stuff.
You should have done the whole interview like that.
No way. I'm a synthwave artist and called Calyx.
Do the whole thing like that.
I'm on mushrooms at the moment. Andrew.
We're re-recording this whole thing.
Next time.
Cool. All right, man. Well, you have a lovely day, and it was nice chatting with you. And then we'll end on this track.
Cool. Cheers, man.
and that was my conversation with Calix. That was fun. I always like chatting with people with different accents. That's it. It's got nothing to do with the music. I just like fun accents. Anyways, let's end the show now. Thank you guys for listening. Tune in next time. I really got to get editing next week's show because I feel like it has to be approved by somebody first. So I don't know what's going to happen with that, but we will see, man. Exciting stuff. Anyways, let's end on a track this week. Here's a cool one by Sung from the album Rework. And I gotta say, man, when I go through my playlist, sometimes there are some artists that I don't acknowledge enough as being like some of the best ones or the ones that really strike a chord with me. And Sung, every time a track comes on from Sung, I'm always like, man, this is fucking awesome. Who's this? And it's Sung. And I'm like, I really should start putting him in the list of artists that I really like a lot because I think I like almost everything he makes. Anyway, this is a track called Space Log, the 2017 version. Space Log 2017. And yeah, so we'll leave you with that, and we'll talk to you guys next week on Beyond Synth, the best synthwave chat show there is. And now, here is Sung with Space Log 2017 version.
Keep playing.
Let your mind start a journey through a strange new world. Leave all thoughts of the world you once knew before. Let your soul take you where you long to be. Close your eyes and let your spirit start to rise. And you'll live as you've never lived before. Welcome to the journey.
see. Death is sweet, life now undone. Even into me is so hard won. Look into my eyes, look into my eyes and see. Don't resist the love with free. From the hot sun shining down upon us, we went diving into an endless night. Below surface, there was no rules. We couldn't tell right from wrong. We couldn't tell right from wrong. This feels like falling. Still waiting for the crash. This feels like drowning. Still waiting for my lungs to bash as if I need love. I will need it here tonight as if I'm lonely now. In the place between dark and light. You're the clock that stopped ticking. I'm the bomb about to explode. So this is what brought us together, and it will also make us explode. You're the clock that stopped ticking. I'm the bomb about to explode. So this is what brought us together. Between dreamers, no mind control. Besides longing, there was no hope. It gets harder in the empty space. I couldn't speak words of truth. I couldn't speak words of truth. This feels like falling. Still waiting for the crash. This feels like drowning. Still waiting for my lungs to bash as if I need love. I will need it here tonight as if I'm lonely now. In the place between dark and light. You're the clock that stopped ticking. I'm the bomb about to explode. So this is what brought us together, and it will also make us explode. You're the clock that stopped ticking. I'm the bomb about to explode. So this is what brought us together, and it will also make us explode. Explode. Implode. Explode. This feels like falling. Still waiting for the crash. This feels like drowning. Still waiting for my lungs to bash as if I need love. I will need it here tonight as if I'm lonely now. In a place between dark and light. You're the clock that stopped ticking. I'm the bomb about to explode. So this is what brought us together, and it will also make us explode. You're the clock that stopped ticking. I'm the bomb about to explode. So this is what binds together, and it will also make us glow. Explode, implode, explode, implode, explode, implode, explode.
think this whole thing might be someone's imagination.
to our desire. Come and feel my pulse, it's racing. After my love, keep on chasing. We're hot and smoldering vertically. There'll be only ashes after me. No stopping this hunger. It'll drive you out of control. But I'll tell you a little secret. It's got me to you, taking hold. It feels like we're about to die, but we can make it if we try. This world belongs to you and I, so let's get naked to desire. Come and feel my pulse, it's racing. After my love, keep on chasing. We're hot and smoldering vertically. There'll be only ashes after me. Feel the perfume burning. Come and feel my pulse, it's racing. After my love, keep on chasing. We're hot and smoldering vertically. There'll be only ashes after me. There'll be only ashes.
weather jammer.
We have so much tropical air which has forced itself northward right up against the leading edge of the cool air from Canada, the cold front. Although the big concern today is how do we deal with the incredibly hot air and the high humidity, the dangerously high heat indexes, especially around New York City, Philly, Baltimore, Washington, and Harrisburg. And then later today we should see this zone of potential strong storms developing.
Gordon Freeman in the flesh. I took the liberty of relieving you of your weapons. Most of them were government property. As for the suit, I think you earned it. You've proved yourself a decisive man, so I don't expect you'll have any trouble deciding what to do. If you're interested, just step into the portal and I will take that as a yes. Otherwise, well, I can offer you a battle you have no chance of winning. Rather an anticlimax after what you've just survived. It's time to choose.